We're back. Or Soul Reaver 2. I pressed the wrong button.
Where?
Let's continue. Aiming to finish today.
There it is.
Ah. So we left off in Ustenheim, where we've been trapped in the future by Mobius's treachery. And we're taking the opportunity of a pathway opened up into the mountains to try and find any clues to the history of Janos Ordran, reputed to be the greatest vampire. Fuck off. Reputed to be the greatest vampire that ever lived. Anyway. Oh. Alright. Don't mind me. Putting my Reaver into things. Anyway. What could this lever do? Okay. I didn't come from this direction. I came from that direction, I'm pretty sure. Nothing behind the waterfall? So yeah, let's go this way. I also feel like I was getting glare off my light on the screen. It's facing a little too much towards the screen. And it should just be facing away from it. It's absurd how much more effective that was than actually fighting them. There was enough guys down here. I didn't need more spawning in. Fuck you guys. Anything up there? At least they're killing each other. Those guys didn't do very well.
Seize him.
Thank you, Ninja. That one hit took so much health off me. And I'm expected to just fight these guys on the regular. And I was like, you know what? Nah. Especially while they're over here blocking everything. Welcome in, Ninja. Yeah, it's the whole thing of, like, there's a greater focus on combat here. And they've expanded it, and they've added new elements to it, and all of it is just resulting in a worse experience. Especially now that they're making combat mandatory this often.
This edifice was clearly not crafted by human architects. As the figure beneath the balcony silently attested, these were the Ares of winged beings. Undoubtedly, I stood before the mountain refuge of the legendary Janos Ordren, but the entire sanctuary lay in ruin, collapsed under the force of some ancient cataclysm. As I suspected, the time streamer's deception ensured that I was centuries too late to unearth anything of consequence here. With nothing behind me but the wasteland I had traversed, I resolved to press on and explore these canyons further.
Oh no. Every time you turn up, something monumental and terrible happens. I don't think I have the stomach for it.
Yeah, what are you doing in this time period, Kain?
No drama this time, Raziel.
You are persistent, crossing time like this to follow me. Still waiting for that coin of yours to land on its edge.
I'm biding my time. I see that Mobius has played a little trick on you.
Yes, He clearly doesn't want me to meet this Janos Ordren.
Perhaps. Or maybe he merely hoped that it would harden your heart against me, to see this wasteland which I single-handedly authored.
My heart doesn't need hardening, Kain. If I even suspected that destroying you would make any difference, I would do it this instant.
I knew you'd see through them, Raziel. Janos is indeed the key to your destiny, but you'll need to find your own way back into Nosgoth's past. Make no mistake, though, Raziel. You and I are now in great danger. We are irritants here. Malevolent forces are being marshaled to eliminate us.
You talk as though we're allies.
Regardless of your sentiments, Raziel, in their eyes, we are.
Well, they're certainly trying to eliminate you, Kain. There can be no doubt of that. I am assaulted relentlessly with demands for your demise. Whatever it is that you're plotting, they're scared to death of you. As for me, I suspect they made a grave error when they allowed my unique resurrection. I don't think they know how to destroy me.
You mustn't underestimate them, Raziel.
And who exactly is this diabolical they to which we keep referring? If there's some grand conspiracy going on, the right hand doesn't appear to know what the left is doing. Even Mobius seems to be caught out at every turn.
Mobius is a puppet, Raziel. Haven't you realized that yet? That's the sweetest irony in all of this. Nosgoth's great manipulator is their plaything. But the ones pulling the strings haven't shown their faces yet.
They don't like us unwriting their carefully choreographed history, though, do they?
You must understand, Raziel, we haven't unwritten history, we've merely rewritten it. The future flows around our petty actions, finding the path of least resistance, while admitting only the slightest alterations. This is the reshuffling you felt when you refused to kill me. And remember, Raziel, we are irritants in this regard as well. History will not allow the introduction of a paradox.
And if events cannot be reshuffled to accommodate the change?
It is the irritant who's expelled. Bear in mind that this may be exactly the outcome our enemies are trying to provoke. We must tread very carefully.
Curious. Huh. Fish. So while the creation of a paradox is not an easy thing to accomplish, if the paradox itself is too great, history will simply remove the cause of it. How you doing, Ninja?
There it is.
A paradox isn't an easy thing to introduce, but what they're essentially saying is if the change is too big, there's every possibility of history refusing it and just destroying the cause. But what is and isn't a big change, that's not exactly clear. Raziel was clearly supposed to kill Kain. Raziel was clearly supposed to kill Kain when they met at William's tomb. And his refusal to do so has changed things. Yeah, it becomes a thing of like, so Kain doesn't die there, he can still die later on. It may just be that his death has moved further up. Not a huge change. Unless Kain was to accomplish something of monumental difference in that time he's been allowed. But the fact that history changed easily enough suggests that he won't. Alright. Where's the nearest portal? They really do. I think it's two things more than anything else. The introduction of enemies being capable of blocking, and the fact they chase you into the spectral realm, those two things combined make them just frustrating. There we go. Wish that'd stop happening. So it's like, these enemies can block, issue. These enemies have unblockable attacks, even though I've been given the ability to block, issue. These enemies are frustratingly fast, issue. it's pretty much it. Like, there's not a lot of strategy to be had with this thing. And locking on just causes me problems. You fucking kidding me? Gotta go all the way back to that portal we were at. For some reason it's the only one in this area.
Attack! Prepare to die.
And these fuckers have respawned. I don't think Crystal Dynamics ever managed to release a game with decent combat.
Here it comes.
Doing all these hits, and I'm getting very little out of it. They do 2 hits, and I'm almost dead. Well, hey, why haven't you played this? Why haven't you replayed this game in like 20 years? Oh, you know, no reason. About the only saving grace here seems to be that they can't block the Reaver in the Spectral Realm. But I'm pretty fucking sure they can do it in the Material Realm, which is why I haven't been using it. Bumps.
The scenes I discovered here were unambiguous. This race of winged beings, the architects of the pillars and the creators of the Reaver, were Nosgoth's first vampires. Their bloodthirst appeared to be a curse inflicted upon them by their vanquished enemies. These images confirmed the truths that Kain had divulged to me, but I had been too incredulous to accept. I struggled in vain to see how the pieces fit together, how Kain intended to escape the dilemma of his destiny, and what role he had plotted for me, and why Mobius and the dark powers with which he seemed to be allied were so desperate to see Kain dead, and so intent on me being the instrument of his execution.
See, that's a fair point. Why is it that Raziel specifically has to kill Kain? Yeah, that's light. It seems reasonable. It is very fortunate that I discovered these Reaver shrines, these Reaver forges, in what seems to have been the intended order. Like, you can't finish the Light Shrine, you can't finish the Light Forge without the Dark Reaver, you can't finish the Air Forge without the Light and Dark Reaver. Like, it's very fortunate I came across these in the right order. Or is it just that the creators of these forges knew? Piss off. Okay. What do we have? Those are both air fonts. This is an axe. Anyway. It's kind of really stupid when Raziel does all this fancy spinning of his weapon around, and then, like, just straight can't land a hit. Okay. I know after this I have at least one more of these to go through as well. Yep, we're going down. Go all the way down. Okay. It's really odd, like, watching the only part of the environment change be the statue and everything else is literally the same. We upscaled everything in this room, but we made a new face. Like, it's really odd running through this and seeing what is and isn't actually different. It's like, for the most part, it's just texture quality. But when you're running through it like this, like, are you noticing anything other than Raziel changing? It's funny because it does kind of remind me of the Dreamcast version of Soul Reaver, where, like, you play through that and everyone's all like, oh yeah, the graphics are better, and you play through it and look at everything. I already killed you. You play through it and look at everything, and it's just like, Raziel's kind of the only thing that got an improvement. Yeah, let's see what this does. I really don't need respawning enemies right now. I'm so tired of this game's combat. No, you see, the fun thing with that, Ninja, is, like, I say pretty much Raziel's the only thing that got an upscale. Or, like, got a new character model, improved character model. And you get stuff like the confrontation with Kain. And Kain still looks like he did in PS1, but Raziel's improved. And it's a really odd thing, because you've got stuff like the Resident Evil games on Dreamcast, where they are running at a higher resolution with, like, the FMVs are at a higher frame rate and are full screen rather than letterboxed and stuff like that. But the games themselves are still the original graphics through and through, just at a higher resolution. And you've got stuff like Spider-Man on Dreamcast. They redid basically everything. It's honestly kind of crazy going from Spider-Man on PS1 to Spider-Man on Dreamcast. Because they redid like all the character models and everything, both in-game and in FMVs. Like everything got a touch-up, got a new model and everything. And then you go to Soul Reaver, which just does one thing. And it's like... It's really odd that you made this one piece of effort. It would have been less weird if you had just had the game run at a higher resolution. Like, honestly, the Dreamcast version, I think, was never really even a definitive release because of stuff like that. It didn't look that much better, and because of the fewer buttons on the Dreamcast controller, it definitely didn't play as well. Put the fucking sword down. Like, even before this release, even before this release, I wouldn't have chosen the Dreamcast version to be the one I'd do the full playthrough of. I tried it, like, I did stream the Dreamcast version several years ago. And I did up until the Cathedral. And it's kind of curious, you know, playing through a game you've played before on a new system with its differences. But ultimately, it is a worse experience. I would have done the PS1 release last year if this remaster hadn't come out. Okay, so what does this accomplish? I have access to light now, but is that valuable? These uneven floors are not great for a combat style that relies almost entirely on horizontal slashes. Why was I pushed away like that? It seems stupid and impractical to have to do this. Well, you'd think once they've gotten the, once they've allowed you to get the light Reaver here, they just deactivate the light. Nope. How you doing, Flame? What the fuck did I even just accomplish? I had access to the light Reaver already. Coming back in about an hour. Here I am, finally streaming Legacy of Kain like he wanted. And he's not even been here. Let's see what this one is. Not everything has to be a fight. Why is the screen tinted red there? So I'm fighting the enemies with a regular weapon so that I can like, eat their soul for health when we're done. And I feel like I'm losing more health doing this than I would if I just used the Reaver. Okay, that's the Reaver symbol for darkness. Hmm. The 800. Injury, are you playing Mortal Kombat again? Maybe you play it for the story. I don't know. I don't judge. I have been thinking about the viability of finally doing some Mortal Kombat streams. And whether or not I want to try and get Teak there with me. You and I both know there's no such thing as an amazing story in a fighting game. Feel like that didn't accomplish shit. Pretty sure I need light for this. Alright. No, I've got it. And then imbue it with light. And then cross over before the bridge vanishes. That blood looks awful. Yeah, I've debated some fighting games with stories in them, mostly Mortal Kombat and Injustice. I feel like getting Teak with me for Injustice would just generally be a good idea. But I know Teak knows quite a lot about Mortal Kombat, so I'm unsure about whether or not to bring him in for that. Just fucking stupid. No, it doesn't. Apparently I took it to the wrong one. But it also means that I missed one of these in the other one. I didn't even realize there were 3 of these. You realize that means there's 3 of them. How you doing, Chance? The darkness. Everybody gets an intro based on one of their favorite games. That's why you get Devil May Cry. Also, Devil May Cry's music is less likely to have copyright claims on it than Mass Effect music is. Excuse me. Yeah, we're going, Chance. We are going. This is a series you might enjoy. It's fairly Zelda-esque in areas. Yeah, Chance likes Wind Waker. Seriously, stop fucking grabbing these weapons. Bullshit. Yeah, this is a series you might enjoy, Chance. You are a coward for not wanting to play Devil May Cry 2. You're gonna do the full series, coward. This is why you're joining me for, the Devil May Cry portion of the history of stylish action, at least. Though in all honesty, Ninja, I wouldn't be against having you alongside me for the entire history of stylish action. Fuck off. Absolute fucking nonsense. Yeah. Partly. Oh, trust me, Chance, this is not as good as Santa Tan. The thing this series has going for it is its story, and that is about fucking it. The games that are lighter on story have better gameplay, and the games that are strong, like heavier on story, have increasingly frustrating gameplay. The only thing I'm not looking forward to about the idea of doing Sonic 06 is that I'll have to hook up my Xbox 360 for it, and I just can't be bothered. I also own it on PS3. I bought it for £1. Which I can't really complain about, honestly. Well, like, Sonic 06 is the only one I would have to bust out the 360 for. All the others are playable on Xbox One via backwards compatibility. Or PC. No, if it had cost that much, Ninja, I wouldn't have picked it up at all. Because it's the fun thing about Sonic 06. As bad as Sonic 06 is, it's worse on PS3. I feel like Bayonetta gets a pass, though, because it is, at its core, a fairly strong game. Like, it wasn't a garbage fire to begin with. Sonic 06 is, and then it got worse. I have owned Bayonetta on every platform it's on. Oh no, that's not true, because it's on PS4 and Xbox One now. Never mind. I think at the time, Bayonetta was absolutely fantastic. Because I think people considered Devil May Cry 4 to be kind of underwhelming, and there wasn't anything else with the vibe. But I think, like, going forward and getting stuff like Metal Gear Rising and Bayonetta 2 and such, like, Bayonetta's great, It's just that its difficulty curve is bullshit. Well, in that case, Chance, what about after you finish Azure Striker Gunvolt? Just do Bayonetta. Bayonetta 2 is really fucking good. Like, it was such a shame that it was on a system that not a lot of people... Like, it was exclusive to a system. It was such a shame that it was exclusive to a system that not a lot of people bought. And the best thing about it being on Switch, being ported to Switch, is that now more people can play it. Bayonetta 2 is really good. Don't be a coward, Chance. Bayonetta's going to be back on my list after I've finished Castlevania anyway. As after Castlevania, we will just be starting the history of stylish action. And of course, Bayonetta is included in that. Though it will take us a while to get to Bayonetta, because like there's Devil May Cry 1, 2, 3, and I think 4 before that. God Hand, Beautiful Joe, 1 and 2. Oh, there we go. Yeah, starting with Devil May Cry 1. Yes. Absolutely including DMC in there. The Definitive Edition. I've said before, and I maintain it, DMC Devil May Cry is a good game. I was talking with somebody about something recently, and I don't remember what it was. It was Ninja yesterday, it was Castlevania. Lords of Shadow. Fucking bullshit. Is it Skies of Arcadia? You should go back and finish Skies of Arcadia. No, it absolutely did not deserve the hate that it got. Yeah, DMC Devil May Cry, I feel probably would have gone over, like, just gone down better, like Lords of Shadow, if it hadn't been called Devil May Cry. Ninja, ban this man. I worked very hard to introduce you uncultured swine to good games, and this is how you repay me. Oh boy. No, but Skies of Arcadia is great. If Ninja was into JRPGs, I would recommend it to Ninja. Well, we'd have Flame, but he decided to just leave. Alright, so what has this accomplished? Alright, so I'm back at the top. Not that. Right, alright. Yeah, it can't be those days when we were all more carefree and happy and able to spend hours at a time, multiple days a week on this site. Would that it were. Would that it were. Yeah, you remember how happy we all were when we had, like, the ability to do things other than just work for the majority of our lives? When we had the time and energy to pursue our hobbies and interests?
As the Reaver drained the forge of its vital energy, the tempest receded. I recovered myself and paused to admire my newly forged weapon, now imbued with the elemental power of air. Thus armed, I hoped that I now finally possessed the means to escape this wasted land.
Oh, hell. Yep. And then capitalism said, no, we absolutely can't have any of that. Get back in the offices. Was the pandemic over? Not really believed to be, no. Yeah, breaking stuff.
This elemental Reaver I discovered had the power to obliterate barriers that were cracked or compromised. At last, I had the means to open that ruined time-streaming chamber I discovered so long ago in the swamp. Now, perhaps, I could leave this wasteland and return to an era when Janos Ordrin still lived.
Hopefully. But we have like 10 minutes until the next ad. So I might as well run it now while we've reached a climax of sorts and then begin the next section afterwards. So we'll run this ad. And then we will travel back to the swamp, I guess.
Psycho Mantis.
We'll be right back. Go anywhere. Chance gets like an extra 10 seconds. Subscribe. And we're back. Welcome back. Alright, let's head back to the swamp. Yeah, it's because I gained the power to swim in the last game. Oh, I have to put the Reaver inside. I'm sorry, it looked cracked. Alright, let's go. Dick. There is absolutely no reason for me to fight any of those guys. It will waste my time, it will cost me health. Just annoy me. Get in this water. There we go. Okay, why didn't my glide happen? Yep. With the power of the PS2, we can have more rocks. If you'd watched the Soul Reaver playthrough and you came into the Soul Reaver 2 playthrough at this point, you'd look at this and be like, okay, what has the PS2, like the increased power of the PS2, offered us for this game? And the answer looking at this would be more enemies? It's certainly not better environments right now. Stop picking up the weapons. Maybe making the pick up button the attack button wasn't a good idea.
Die!
Alright, let's hit the save point. Just in case. No, it's really stupid because, like, I want to use the Reaver because it does more damage and enemies seem to have a harder time blocking it. And then I'll blink and Raziel will have just picked up a weapon. And all of a sudden I'm just swinging with a weapon that I didn't want. You know, one thing I do think has improved graphically from Soul Reaver 1 to Soul Reaver 2 here is color gradients. I think the textures have better gradients in their shading. That's about it. Alright, we're back at the swamp.
Get it!
Hmm. That's odd. Steam coming off Raziel in the rain when he's gliding, but only when he's gliding. Here we are back at the Dark Reaver Forge. The time streaming device should be nearby. Well, it's odd because it would make sense if it was Kain. Because, like, a similar thing happens in Blood Armor when Kain's in the rain. Fuck off. Go and fuck yourself. And it makes sense there because vampires burn at the touch of water. But Raziel doesn't anymore. It's specifically an ability that he took from Rahab that he will not suffer damage in water. I wonder if it's because I have the Air Reaver. Like, it's still happening indoors, so it's not actually a water thing. Maybe it's because of the Air Reaver. Maybe it is his farts. So now we're gonna try and go back to the time when Janos Ordrum was alive. Bear in mind, Raziel clearly doesn't know how to operate this thing.
I had no choice but to act purely on blind faith. There was no way to tell what error this device was tuned to, and I had neither the knowledge nor the means to set the machine myself. I hesitated only briefly. Then, throwing the switch, I hurled myself into oblivion and relinquished my will to the hand of fate.
Yeah, pretty much. There's also the weird thing of the means to get back doesn't exist. The platform that activates it disappeared. Alright, so let's see where we've come out.
Beyond all hope and against all probability, it seemed that the device had unerringly delivered me to the era I sought.
When the
For
Sarafan
these
were
were
active.
Sarafan banners, and these vampires apparently the victims of their crusade. The coincidence seemed too convenient to naively ascribe to fate. But whether my opportune arrival had been orchestrated by Mobius or some other influence, I didn't know. If Janos Ordran still lived, I would find him. But I was wary of further deception and resolved to tread carefully.
Alright, let's go. Yeah, I think there's one more Reaver for us to get, so like one more elemental shrine to deal with. Oh. Save point out in the open. You know what's been the oddest thing so far about this era? It's that I haven't fought anything yet. Oh, look at how many of these vampire corpses there are. Are there truly this many vampires roaming around?
The butchery of Mobius's crusade, this massacre was somehow more chilling. The killing fields of the Sarafan betrayed a kind of orderly ruthlessness, the cold-blooded righteousness of the true believer.
Yeah, it's like, were there truly this many vampires roaming around in this time period? Like, to give you an idea of when exactly we are, this is 500 years before Blood Omen.
By all that is holy!
Here at last, in the flesh, I beheld my former brothers in arms, the warrior priests of the Sarafan Order, their lives devoted solely to the annihilation of the vampire plague. And while I confess, I felt a twinge of longing, a pang of grief for what I had believed was my lost virtue, I regarded them now with none of the reverence I formerly felt. For I had seen the human face of the vampires, and now I beheld the monstrousness of these men.
Yeah, but also fuck them. I do need help, though. I feel like that itself was a good example of why I'm just avoiding these fights.
Return from hell!
Kill you because you don't have a weapon you can block with.
Guard me, brothers!
Free your soul, demon.
Nah, more like free yours.
Guard me, brothers!
Free your soul, demon.
There we go. I'm gonna kill you just because you've irritated me with your fucking pot shotting. Later, fuckers.
Catch you fuckers at a bad time?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep using the Reaver. I remember seeing a screenshot of this area and thinking, like, this game is going to be so much more. Like, traversing through urban areas like this. But going through this game again, like now, with my more enlightened sensibilities than when I originally went through it, I feel like this game feels more compromised than Soul Reaver was. Like, you can feel how small this game actually is. Because it's just repeated areas, like, in different time periods, but it's also a very small number of them. And the game really is just padding itself out with endless, monotonous combat encounters. This was early on the PS2, yeah. ...2001, I believe. Possibly. But the point does still stand. I say, it does feel more compromised than Soul Reaver 1 did for its, like, cut down development time.
There's another one. Return, hell.
That's interesting because everything I've seen with Mass Effect suggests that it was made for Xbox and ported to PC. Okay.
After my long journey, I finally stood on the threshold of enlightenment. For here was Janos Ordrin's mountain retreat, intact and unblemished. The upheaval that would one day topple this ancient edifice had not yet occurred. And while I had no certainty that Janos still lived, this scene boded well, for I presumed that the collapse of the retreat must have followed the ancient vampire's demise. There was only one obstacle. How to reach the balcony suspended at that maddening height, so far beyond my reach. For this was the architecture of winged creatures. The tattered ruins of my wings were of no use. I would need to devise some other means into that mountain.
I like being frozen is curious. But it also means that I don't have to worry about falling in. So there is a hole there suggesting spectral realm.
Get him!
Yeah, there's an air thing there. There we go. Dark Reaver for what? What use is the Dark Reaver to me right now? Let's head down here and see what the spectral realm symbol was all about. I guess that's what it was all about. What are these goddamn eyes? Honestly, kind of thing makes me miss the block pushing puzzles of Soul Reaver 1. Right, there's the Air Reaver. Fucker's gonna shoot me if I cross there, isn't he? Means I need the Dark Reaver. Mount font. Give it a try anyway. Oh no, I didn't. Awesome. I don't know what that's supposed to be. I was gonna say, yeah, it's nice ambience, and then that tone started playing. It was like, you know what? No, it's not. Okay, now we can go and grab the Dark Reaver. Now we know what the Dark Reaver is for. You want some as well, you fucker? Felt like 5 feet and died. Alright, let's go. I know I shouldn't leave it too long before we do the Defiance playthrough. And I still need to work out, like, what version of Defiance I'm gonna do. I have the PC version installed, but I don't remember if it had, like, any issues. Okay. There's carpeting here. You're not wrong.
The mountain's interior was hollow, I discovered, and graced with soaring architecture unique to its creators. As with the outer facade, these balconies and galleries could only be reached by those gifted with flight. With only my ruined wings to carry me, this towering labyrinth seemed impassable. The object of my quest lay just beyond my grasp. For here, suspended at the apex of the chamber, was the threshold that surely led to the great vampire himself. I didn't know whether Janos Ordran was the monster depicted in the stronghold, or one of the noble creatures memorialized among the ruins of the ancient vampires. But I didn't care. Demon or angel, he alone held the key to my destiny.
I feel like it's gonna take us ages. Ugh. More chalices. Should have just kept the first chalice. But there's multiple chalices here, so that leaves me with a feeling of, like, there's gotta be a reason for that. The chalices just disintegrate after we use them. Alright. Clearly more setup is required. Put the fucking thing down, Raziel. Okay, so they're lit, but it doesn't seem to have accomplished. This bowl needs to be filled. Reaver. There we go, that's something. Let's find out what's in there first. Perfect. Now open the door. And now we can take one of the chalices to the empty pool. That's to the Reaver. All right. Another blood pool. Alright, first things first. Two more chalices, which is odd. I expected I'd have to bring up that other chalice. Light again. It's like going into, playing Metal Gear Solid 1 and rounding a corner in an area where the radar's jammed and just getting shot with a turret camera. And it's like, none of this is my fault. You have very deliberately placed it there so I wouldn't see it. Okay, there should be a portal in this area. It wouldn't make sense for there not to be. There it is, I couldn't see it on the ice. Okay, so we need light again. It's really odd how sometimes the targeting reticule comes up and sometimes it doesn't. Okay, empty pool. Another empty pool? It is, but it's blocked by the door. Alright. If I use chalices to take from that pool, is it going to empty it? And this will give me access to the Dark Reaver, which will allow me to blind that eye. Okay. And presumably the key for that lock is in there. Yeah, there he is. Is hoping to do this before that eye reawakens. Good. I would have been frustrated otherwise. Alright, let's go get a chalice again. Uh-huh. Has this been enough, like, chalices and pools yet? Why didn't my glide fucking come out again? Alright, since I gotta do this again anyway. The idea is clearly that people can't just get in to get at Janos Ordran. Which I get. Because to get in, they would ideally have to fly. I have to go all the way back down to the bottom to get the light Reaver again. And it's adding, like, these air vents that we can use, but I can't use them because they require the air Reaver, and I need the light Reaver. So they save me no time right now. Like, surely there is an actual purpose to them. Why can't there just be a light Reaver font this high? We still don't know what kind of creature Janos Ordran is. We know he's an ancient vampire depicted as a monster, but he's depicted as a monster by the Sarafan, who have a lot of reason to depict the oldest and greatest vampire to ever live as a monster. Ninja, by any chance, do you ever watch Star Trek Deep Space Nine? Alright, that should solve that issue. Missing out, it's a good show. Alright, let's go get some more blood. Like, when Defiance comes along and just allows me to switch Reavers at will, like, it is so much more fucking bearable. Go all the way back down. Let's climb all the way back up. Is it excessive? It's a little excessive. Let's go grab a chalice again and do this again. The eye is absolutely gonna fucking shoot me. I can't believe it didn't shoot me. No, not yet. We just made it to the top. Alright, thanks, Shaun, and chance. Unfortunately, you won't get to see Janos Ordran then, who is just behind this door. You have a good night at work. Take care, gents.
Janos Ordran?
It is heartening after all these years to hear my name spoken without contempt.
Raziel? My child, what have they done to you? I have been dragged through hell and back.
You know
all
me?
It seems to reach this moment, but I don't yet know why.
For thousands of years I have waited, alone here, losing faith. At the time of the binding, 9 guardians were called to serve the pillars, and I was summoned as the 10th guardian, the keeper of the Reaver, the weapon of our salvation.
The Reaver?
Over time, our race died out, until I alone remained, sustained only by my obligation to you and by my guardianship of the blade.
And the other 9? Why did their guardianship not sustain them?
I don't know. As our race dwindled, the humans prospered. I have watched over the centuries as our history faded into myth and finally receded altogether. The humans have forgotten us entirely and claimed the pillars for themselves, wholly ignorant of their true purpose. To them, I am merely a devil, the origin of their vampire plague.
Why would the pillars summon human guardians then, if they are meant to be served by vampires?
The pillars choose their guardians from birth, Raziel, and vampires are no longer born. This is the crux of our dilemma, and this is the terrible irony. With their vampire purge, the members of the Circle have assaulted the very architects of the pillars they are sworn to protect. They have embarked on a treacherous path. With every vampire they kill, the humans are slitting their own throats. They know I'm up here, beyond their reach, and it terrifies them. You can see how they flaunt their kills to torment me, or perhaps simply to lure me out. They have this foolish notion that destroying me will somehow topple our entire bloodline. Thankfully, we're not that fragile.
I've seen them mustering their forces in the village below.
Yes. I don't know what they're plotting, but I fear our time may be bitterly short.
Mankind seems to have brought you only torment and grief. You must hate them.
They fear what they don't understand, and they despise what they fear. But no, I do not hate them.
Vorador does.
He has suffered much. He cannot forgive them.
Should they be forgiven?
They don't understand what they're doing. They are simply unenlightened and vulnerable to manipulation.
So, it's all true then, what Kain and Vorador have told me. I really am some kind of unholy vampire messiah.
Unholy? No. Messiah, perhaps.
I don't like that word. It smells of martyrdom.
Raziel, your role in this world's destiny is more crucial and more benevolent than you've allowed yourself to believe. Your journey will not be easy. Dark powers are allied against you. But I think you already know this. You appear to have been cruelly tested. The binding must be secured, Raziel. The pillars are the lock.
And the Reaver is the key.
Yes.
The Reaver is here. Why do I feel nothing?
The most formidable weapon ever forged by our swordsmiths. They infused the blade with vampiric energy, empowering the Reaver to drain our enemies of their precious lifeblood.
As Janos presented the blade, an inexplicable sense of dread crept over me, more palpable than anything I'd felt before. I was at once horribly repelled by the sword, and yet irresistibly compelled to touch it, to take it up. Please, take it away from me.
I fear you have been followed. You must save yourself, Raziel.
Janos! No!
Yeah, so it's like, oh, how convenient they got there just after we did. It's like, it's not convenient at all.
Sickeningly, and I found myself transported safely away from the ambush to an adjacent chamber. Janos had delivered me from the Sarafan, selflessly forfeiting his own safety to preserve my life. And now I feared that my newfound mentor would be slaughtered by the very crusaders I had so recently revered. The irony pierced me, and with dawning horror, I realized that I had been duped by Mobius from the beginning. For the Sarafan had simply followed the path I gullibly blazed through this sanctuary, and had arrived bearing Mobius' staff. Thus armed, they had Janos at their mercy. Through the door, I could hear them battling, less than a dozen paces away. But it may as well have been 1,000 miles, for this barrier was sealed by elemental forces I did not possess. It seemed Janos had conveyed me into the heart of the fire shrine. I thought perhaps if I could galvanize the forge and imbue the Reaver in time, I might have a slim chance of saving Janos from his grisly fate.
Oh, he's back. Fireforge. Yeah, it's not convenient at all that they turned up at that moment while we were there. We gave them the path in. And while we know from history that Janos is fated to have his heart torn from his chest, can we change that? We have an ad coming up, so I'm going to run it, and then we'll do the fire shrine. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. And we're back.
Move fast, baby, don't be slow. Step aside, reload, time to go. I can't seem to control this rage that's inside me.
42 minutes. I appreciate your sacrifice for my financial well-being, Ninja. Please watch these 42 minutes of ads so I can get the ad revenue. Oh, goodness. Can you imagine? I would have either, like, refreshed the stream or just been like, hey, Chrono, they're giving me 42 minutes of ads that I can't do anything about. I hope you have a good rest of your stream. Yeah, have a good one. I ain't gonna see the conclusion of this. And it'd be a real shame because you've been with us for the entire journey. Would you, Flame? Or would you come in and say, hi, I'll be back in an hour? That seems unhealthy. Oh, fuck. Leave the stream on and just leave. Remember, you've got to leave the audio on as well, or it doesn't count. Yeah, no, it'd be a real shame to lose Ninja when Ninja's been with us for the entire journey so far. And, like, you don't want to miss the ending of this. Which we will get to today. Didn't want light. How dare. Or else we lynch Flame. There we go. It's what I do. I'm good at it. I'm all about you guys being able to, like, experience the story in a natural way, while also giving you a little bit of help if you need it. Such thing. To be fair though, like, Mass Effect is a game where you make your own choices and that's important. This is a game where you have no choice. You go on the path the game leads you. So I feel like that is an important distinction. Hope these things keep going. I've not actually beaten this game since I like first got my PS2. I think it was the last one in the series for me to do. To be fair, I think Defiance having the unfortunate fixed camera angle issue makes it a lot less appealing to just deal with visually. Like on a smaller scale. What did that mean? What the fuck did what I just say actually mean? No, I think the, yeah, I remember the pain trying to get into Vorador's mansion. There's an item box mod for a Resident Evil 0. Do I need to hit the light again? I mean, nothing's gonna make 0 less tedious. Okay, so what's the value of draining this right now? I saw something over here. Alright, what am I missing here? Thank you. Spectral Alarm's a good shout, actually. Welcome in, Raisin GT. Jump. God damn it. No, that will probably be the answer, won't it? Fire. Alright. Can't see. Why is the camera just pointing downwards? Fucking helpful. No, go back down. Go back down. The worst part about that is, like, this is the improved camera control of the HD version. Okay, that way's not working. Honestly, this camera's fucking nuts. Okay. That makes things feel more reasonable. Alright, we did it. Should've just brought a match. Cool. The fire Reaver.
I plunged the Reaver into that furnace and forged the blade with elemental fire.
Yeah, I saw.
With the Reaver thus imbued, I was now armed to unlock the elemental barrier and rescue Janos from his executioners.
Yeah, good luck with that. It's odd that they don't say anything about this obvious Raziel statue with the Reaver. Alright, let's go kill some motherfuckers.
Hold him!
Look at his black heart. How it still beats. No! No!
Those new graphics are not kind.
The fiend
intends to bury us alive. Raziel, we must get out of here.
Remember the sword!
Forgive me. I'm sorry. I failed you.
No, Raziel. Perhaps this was my true purpose. Simply to save your life this once.
While I have taken yours.
Embrace your destiny, Raziel. You must reclaim the Reaver. It was forged for you and you alone. Without it, there is no hope.
As I backed away from Janos's body, I was overwhelmed by a sense of self-loathing so deep I could barely contain it. In that instant, I rejected all that I ever was, and embraced the role Janos had safeguarded for me so patiently throughout the centuries. I knew then what I had to do, the task for which I was uniquely prepared. I would pursue the Sarafan dogs to their loathsome fortress and avenge Janos Audrin's murder. Mobius would pay dearly for his treachery, and my Sarafan brethren would reap the horrors they had sown. I would retake the stolen Reaver, which was rightfully mine. And finally, when all these debts had been paid, I would reclaim Janos Audrin's heart from their filthy, unworthy hands. If the heart was truly imbued with the power to restore vampiric unlife, its highest purpose was clear to me. I would restore the heart to Janos, and thus undo the vile crime committed by my abominable former self.
So there's your big twist for this moment, Ninja. Raziel was the one who killed Janos Audrin back in his human life as a Sarafan. Not only is this the time Janos Audrin lived, it's also the time Raziel was originally born into.
We've been expecting you, little Raziel.
So, these demonic pests were not merely the product of Nosgoth's corrupted future, for here they were, hurtling back over 5 centuries to pursue me. These creatures, I suspected, were minions of the unseen forces that had hoped to control me. This was the tangible expression of their displeasure. These demons were unleashed as the penalty for my disobedience.
So one thing that we didn't really talk about that Janos Audrin said to us was that the Reaver, the Soul Reaver, the sword, was imbued with magic to drain the lifeblood of those who fell to it. Not their souls, their blood. And if you listen, he never called it the Soul Reaver. Just said the Reaver.
Let me enlighten you, poor Raziel.
Whether Kain actually knew about that is up for debate. Because they've been calling it the Reaver for a while anyway, as shorthand. But Janos Audron's so formal you would expect him to refer to it by its full title. And yet he never does.
There he is, the savior of Nosgoth.
That would make sense, but how often do you actually see that kind of thing in video games? Okay, are you fucking done? There you go, they'll attack the demons as long as I'm not around. And since we know they'll lose, let's wait and we can get a free soul. Full health. Thank you. And now I have to go searching for the last one. That's stupid. It's also really stupid that the most effective tactic with these guys has been to just run around them and hit them.
There's another one.
It's not even just the lock-on mechanic, it's combat itself. The greater focus on combat in this game has been a mistake. And it's become clear by this point, especially, that it exists as padding.
Free your soul, demon.
Really? They're not gonna fight each other now? That's true of Blood Omen and Soul Reaver. It's not true of Soul Reaver 2 or Defiance. And let's be fair, it's not really true of Blood Omen 2 either. It is. Though there is one thing of interest in this for people who played Blood Omen. Doesn't this guy look a lot like the Unspoken? Yeah, that guy in particular looks a lot like the creature that was possessing Mortanius. It helps that I did Blood Omen last year.
Over there.
Honestly though, Flame, I would generally recommend replaying Blood Omen. Oh, it's Teak. Right now, I imagine Vorador is finding Janos' body.
You shall not pass.
Honestly, just garbage combat. Oh, fuck. And there's no water in this area in this time, which means we'll have to do the Reaver stuff to get out. How you doing, Seek? Tired? How was your flight? Seek is currently in San Francisco. You get anything done on the flight? Playing any good games, watching any good movies? Pester the person sat next to you about One Piece? Movie selection was abysmal. Why, what was it, Van Helsing? Bitch. No, but Teague doesn't like Van Helsing as the joke. It was all Van Helsing. It was Van Helsing in every language you can imagine. Would you look at that? Look at how small the Elder God is in this timeline, in this time period.
You have failed me, Raziel.
I wonder, Old One. Did you truly resurrect me, or were you simply there when I awakened from my torment in the abyss? I suspect you found me merely convenient, dropped in your lair by Kain, indestructible for some reason, a durable and gullible tool for you to manipulate. This one thing I readily admit. I have been used by others time and again, but always I seem to stray from their path. What is it about me, demon, that makes me such an unreliable instrument? Why do I survive one trial after another, on and on, in an endless succession of humiliating deaths and resurrections? It seems there is much more to my destiny and my history than I know. Perhaps more than you know as well.
Old assassin and Lucy Lou. I don't know, man. You say assassin and Lucy Lou to me, and like my first thought should be Kill Bill, but it's actually Ballistic X vs. Sever. One of the very few movies to ever be rated like a 0 on Rotten Tomatoes. I've been listening to a podcast recently called Smirsh Pod that you might be into, Teak. It primarily goes over the Bond films, but because there's only a total of 25 Bond films and they've been going since before the pandemic, they have done other films and it's quite fun, quite enjoyable, very professional. Ish. Like professional people. Not necessarily professional conduct. It's fun. I actually just earlier today finished listening to the second watch they did. It's hosted by one guy. And he gets a different guest on each episode. And I just today finished listening to the second episode the second watch through they did of The Man with the Golden Gun. And the guest on that was Mark Gatiss, who is a British celebrity that you would most likely recognize if you looked him up. He is a writer and actor. Like, that's the, like, kind of line of people that they have in there. Like, they have, like, actually... you know, like, proper industry people. Yeah, Mycroft Holmes in the Sherlock series.
He thinks he can change his destiny. What a fool.
Look at how many of these fuckers it took to push me into the spectral realm. Why are these filling up like basically nothing of my health? Suck my dick. Yeah, it's called Smirsh Pod, see? You might enjoy it. Another reason why combat in this game's garbage. But yeah, let's take a look at the pillars pristine. 500 years before they would become corrupted. If there was a difficulty select in this game, Ninja, I would have put it on easy just because I know the combat isn't good. But there isn't.
Over there!
That door on the right just opened on its own. Hit that checkpoint.
Guard me, brothers!
Huh.
Return to hell!
You should have like a tally of how many games I've just ended up running past the enemies in, because the combat just isn't worth it. Return to your master, creature of shadow. Hey, there it is. The Sarafan Fortress. You know, somehow I don't think we're going to be able to open the gate in this time period. bitch. Alright, let's go.
Get it.
It's flame in this one, not... What was it? Air? I feel like a bunch of us should just get a tabletop simulator. I feel like it would just generally be a good thing worth purchasing. Then we can do things together. I think Ninja's the one who said he's done the Resident Evil 2 board game on it. Okay, so I guess I'm the only one that needs to buy it. Yeah, I think you mentioned that before, and I was like, yeah, but I've got the encyclopedia in my head. That was fucking bullshit.
Free your soul, demon.
Get it.
You're gonna fucking get it, is what you're gonna get.
Guard me, brothers.
What's the matter? Can't finish what you started. Oh, you can't swim? How shameful. Yeah, I should get Tabletop Simulator, I guess.
There's one. Seize him.
Alright, let's do this. That's okay, I wasn't planning on leaving.
Seize him.
Return to hell. Return to hell.
Slicey, slicey. Well, I said this earlier, like, I feel like more so than Soul Reaver 1, you can feel in this game the compromises that had to be made due to the short development time. Because it's just... it's small, it's so much smaller than Soul Reaver.
Suddenly and inexplicably, I discovered the Reaver suspiciously laid across my path. Again, I sensed nothing of that temporal distortion, the peculiar sense of displacement I had felt when I encountered the Reaver in William's chapel. Cornered here with the blade, I suffered the same nameless dread that I I had experienced when Janos first presented the Reaver to me. I felt at once repelled by the blade, and yet overwhelmingly compelled to seize it.
So, Raziel, here we are finally. You have no choice but to confront me now, and I am not so foolish as I've let you believe. We have business to conclude.
Yeah, let's fucking do it.
You knew I would lead the Sarafan to Janos, you vile bastard. You've been orchestrating my every move. My destiny is an amusement to you.
It was fun while it lasted. I think not, Raziel. Malik, do not let this creature leave. He poses a danger to the circle. Poor
So yeah,
deluded
that is
Raziel.
Malik of the
Did you
Sarafan,
somehow
guardian of the
imagine you
Pillar
had
of Conflict.
guile to change history on me. I'm the time streamer. I knew your every intention before you did, you imbecile.
They can feast on your corpses!
Lord Mobius, there is trouble within. The circle is under
Hold
attack.
fast, Malik. This one is the real danger to us.
What are you trying to concoct here, Mobius?
You toxic creature. Did you imagine I'd simply allow you to run loose, corrupting everything you encounter?
I admit that I've underestimated you to this point, Mobius. But it's a mistake I won't repeat.
Wrong again, Raziel. Now, Malik, bolt the door.
Using his staff to disable my Wraithblade, Mobius effectively disarmed me, leaving me with only one choice of weapon. And yet I confess, it was not the lack of options, but blind rage that made me take up the Reaver. In my fury, it felt as though my hand had acted of its own will. And now, that same hand clutched the hilt with unyielding strength, and I felt a constrained tingling, a remote but palpable sense of longing, as the disabled Wraithblade tried vainly to embrace its physical twin.
So yeah, like Flame says, we are now at the point of the opening of Blood Omen, where Vorador, in revenge for the murder of Janos Ordran, slaughters six members of the Circle of Nine. And we learn here that the reason why Malik took so long to get there and failed in his duty is because Mobius prevented him.
Come to take your revenge, demon?
Back to hell with you!
I recognize these two as my former brethren, in life as Sarafan, and in unlife as Kain's vampire sons. Melchiah and Zephon, the weakest of Kain's brood. These bastards had no idea what future lay in store for them, how they would become the very thing they so despised. The Reaver hummed with ravenous anticipation. Janos had called it a vampiric blade, endowed with the power to drain its victims of their lifeblood. I was eager to see what the Reaver would do to these two.
And they received the smallest portion of Kain's gift, and as a result, it's not really stated how weak Zephon was, but Melchiah, as a result, was unable to sustain his dying body, and constantly needed to feed not only on the blood of his victims, but replace his dying flesh with their own. With Zephon, we don't really see anything of weakness in that regard. So while we can assume he was the second weakest after Melchiah, we can't really be sure of how much weaker he was than, like, anyone else. So pay attention to the blood as we cut them and how it flows into the Reaver.
As Melchiah and Zephon fell before my blade, I felt the Reaver's bloodthirst as keenly as I ever had when I was still a vampire. I could sense the boundary between us dissolving. The Reaver was consumed with my rage, and I was intoxicated by its bloodlust. The blade had a vitalizing effect on me. My physical energy no longer decayed over time, and the wounds inflicted by my foes healed almost instantly. The Reaver had made me invincible.
True. If you pay attention to my health in that last fight and going forward, I get hit and then my health immediately refills. Yeah, it doesn't help. Like, not being able to die here doesn't help. The result is these combat encounters are really drawn out. And they're no more enjoyable.
Have you come to reclaim the monster's black heart?
Kain, what are you doing here?
To us first.
My former brethren, Duma and Rahab, confronted me next. This all seemed so elegantly choreographed.
Oh boy.
Exhilarated by the Reaver, I was drunk with revelations. I could finally appreciate the delicious irony of Kain's blasphemous private joke, and I reveled as I colluded with him across the centuries. For it was I who put these bastards in their tomb, thus providing the corpses for Kain to raise as his vampire sons a millennium from now.
And as a result, when we killed him, you might have noticed it in the last combat, we don't actually get to drain their souls. Their souls leave before we can do anything with them. There we go. Yeah, the soul just leaves. Lame. No hints. Ninja's been with us on this journey so far. I wanted to experience every revelation as it happens, with no expectation. Tyrell.
Get back to the pit you crawled from, demon.
And here at last was my brother Tyrell, who along with Duma would bear me into the abyss without questioning Kain's command. So dutiful and righteous, even as a vampire. I guess some habits die hard. The vampire Tyrell had eluded my vengeance. The Sarafan Tyrell would not.
We have just under 8 minutes until the next ad happens. There's a bunch of stuff, like, I'm planning on going through, like, the remainder of the, extra content after we finish the game anyway. So, we're gonna run this ad, and then we'll be back for the conclusion. And then extra stuff. Because I don't want to have to be like, snooze this ad, snooze this ad. During what's coming up.
Psycho Mantis.
We had that one.
Become my soul reaver.
And we're back. Let's do this. Behind this door.
So, vampire, here we are. You've destroyed my brethren, and now you've come for me. You'll find I'm not such easy prey. I don't want to kill you, but I will if I must. Return the heart to me, and we can end this now. So, you've come to avenge that filthy parasite and reclaim his foul heart. You're a righteous fiend, aren't you? Apparently I am. No, vampire. This is where it ends. But you won't be leaving.
Kain and Raziel look fine, I think. They look how they're supposed to, just a higher resolution.
Mercifully quick. As you did for Janos?
It's the humans that are odd.
No, that beast had eluded us for far too long. It would have been a shame to end him too quickly. It's ironic, really. The great Janos Ordrin turned out to be no challenge at all. Thanks to you. Did you hear his cowardly screams when I tore that black heart out of his carcass?
Because you can see it with Ariel as well. When we see Ariel. There's an... It feels like an over-animation of sorts. So here's the fun thing as well. This room in the future will be dedicated to the Seraphim we've just murdered. And there will be a statue to this motherfucker in, I think, that corner. The really odd thing is how much of their mouths have been animated. I remember looking at Ariel both in Soul Reaver 1 and Soul Reaver 2, because they've used the same model twice. Which makes sense, honestly. And when she speaks, there's a lot of animation to her mouth. Yeah, kind of. I always felt like this fight went on too long. It's like, considering you can't die, there's no good reason for you to have to hit this guy any more than, like, 5 times. Oh no, even in Soul Reaver 1, like, for the remaster, they animated the mouths. Like I say, I noticed it with Ariel, even in Soul Reaver 1. It's the level of detail I'm surprised it went to for the first game, but I suppose it would have looked really out of place if they hadn't. Hey, having fun yet?
I renounce you. And so it ends. My history comes full circle.
Sensing its twin, The Wraithblade uncoiled itself from me, and instead wound lovingly around its former self. I felt its grip loosen, and as the blade left me, its absence chilled me more than its presence ever had. A foreboding sense of emptiness and loss stole over me, and a terrible revelation gathered like a storm at the edge of my awareness. With all other foes exhausted, the conjoined blades turned themselves on me, and I realized, finally, why I had sensed nothing when Janos offered me the blade. The Reaver was never forged to be a soul-stealing weapon. The ravenous, soul-devouring entity trapped in the blade was, and always had been, me. This is why the blade was destroyed when Kain tried to strike me down. The Reaver could not devour its own soul. The paradox shattered the blade. So, this was my terrible destiny. To play out this purgatorial cycle for all eternity. I could not bear it. Despair overwhelmed me. You.
Are you enjoying this, Kain? Don't fight it, Raziel. Give into it. Was this your destiny for me all along? Trust me.
I felt myself weakening, unable to hold on any longer. The Reaver was too strong. The compulsion to simply let go, too great. And then, a growing sense of vertigo and the familiar displacement. The paradoxical moment when my twin soul hovered both outside and inside the Reaver blade. This was the instant, the glimmer of temporal distortion Kain had been counting on all along. This was the edge of the coin, the minute flicker of probability upon which Kain had gambled everything.
Now you are free to reclaim your true destiny, Raziel.
Behind Kain's eyes, I could see new memories blooming and dying as history labored to reshuffle itself around this monumental obstruction. And I could see by the dawning horror on his face that perhaps we had strained history too far this time. That by trying to alter my fate, he may have introduced a fatal paradox.
My God. The Hilden. We walked right into their trap. Raziel. Janos must stay dead.
But Kain's warning was lost as I slipped into the spirit realm, too weak to maintain my physical form. And there, waiting for me as always, was the Reaver, the Wraithblade, my own soul, twinned and bound eternally to me. And I realized that I could never escape my terrible destiny. I had merely postponed it. History abhors a paradox.
No! No! Thank you, Teak. Yeah, you were never going to be satisfied with it ending there, Ninja. Yeah, if Raziel had killed Kain, he would have still progressed onward to Janos's heap. Keeps probably the right word. Opened the way for the Sarafan, would have gone on his murderous rampage, killed the Sarafan, and then become the soul trapped within the Reaver. But by making the choice not to, that was why everybody was so against all of it. That was why they pushed so hard and demanded that Raziel kill Kain. Because with Kain free, any possibility could arise in that regard. And Kain was there, ready for it. And so now, because of that final paradox that happened, the events of Soul Reaver 2 have given birth to Blood Omen 2. Blood Omen 2 does not exist until this paradox occurs. And so Blood Omen 2 following Blood Omen, but taking place before Soul Reaver. Those are the memories Kain gained in that moment. Intrigued by the whole Janos must stay dead. Why must Janos stay dead? That's a question to be answered in Defiance. But there is one thing. See, Defiance is positive and negative. Defiance bringing playable Kain back is fantastic. Having Kain as a playable character once again, fantastic. Defiance is also so heavy on story, absolutely fantastic. But Defiance has a lot of rough edges, is the biggest issue with its gameplay. In particular, the fixed camera angles. Like, you have no control over the camera anymore. I'm unsure about whether or not to play Defiance and then Blood Omen 2, or Blood Omen 2 then Defiance, because you could do either of them in either order. But I'm thinking we'll wrap the series up with Blood Omen 2. Do Defiance and then Blood Omen 2. Honestly, at this point, I'm curious to see, like, will I actually enjoy Defiance's combat more than I have Soul Reaver 2's? Because it's been so long. Horrible boat mechanics. That's an interesting way of putting it. But Blood Omen 2 is ultimately my favourite. It's a mostly self-contained story, with some minor connections to the rest of the series. Kain having his own little adventure. And I enjoy a lot about it. I've never activated that glitch. I've never had to deal with it. Nope, never happened to me. But going back to the final cutscene, there is one thing Kain said that we haven't currently encountered. The Hilden. What is that? Find out when we return with Legacy of Kain Defiance. When? I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to jump straight into it, because we have just done Soul Reaver and Soul Reaver 2 pretty close together. And I've got Paper Mario set up to go. One where everything becomes full circle. That's right. But you know what time it is? It's time for everybody's favourite thing about Soul Reaver 2. Time for the outtakes.
The making of Soul Reaver.
Soul Reaver. I feel an obligation to work out since I'm Soul Reaver. So when the time comes I really meet everybody, I'll be able to wear tight black outfits. And they won't feel so terribly disappointed to see that it's the 60-year-old cocker doing this voice. I had to go out and buy a PlayStation. They sent me Soul Reaver.
Right.
So I went out to buy PlayStation.
Right.
And we hooked it up in the house, and then I started it. Because I never played a game like this before. I played a game, period, other than, you know, Knick Knack or that little Pac-Man or something.
Right.
And it's extraordinary. The opening's really extraordinary with the wings and the ripping and the throwing down of the abyss. And
right.
Now I'm getting into the labyrinth. 2 hours later, I still am nowhere. He keeps falling off the rock, and I can't work it to get him on the rock. And my daughter is sitting in the bed. She says, "Dad," I said, "leave me alone. I'm going to do this." She said, "But I can." I said, "Leave me alone." And 2 hours later, I look up, and I realize it's 2 hours has gone by, and it felt like I was there for 5 minutes. And I have gone no further. And I wanted to get into the other things. I wanted to see, because I did several other voices, I wanted to get, couldn't do it. And I said, I can't do this. So when I went downstairs, I came back up, and I looked, and she's already well beyond me. And I said, so there's got to be a chip that the kids have in their heads that some of us don't have.
Right.
From another time in our existence.
Yeah.
This is a CD-ROM?
This is a video game for the PlayStation 2.
There's a lot of talk for a video game.
It's a story-based game. Yeah.
I'm so used to sort of doing 5 lines different. Go through that door! Don't go through that door! Hey, go through that door!
There's more to being a vampire than drinking blood and ripping out throbbing hearts. Trust me, doll.
60 back then. That story Michael Bell told there of like trying to play Soul Reaver, I've seen him at conventions telling it later. And like it's at least 15 years later, and he's clearly older, and he's got a mustache now. And like it clearly left an impression on him. And like it's just great. Imagine putting these guys in the mocap suit. There's a line, I think. I don't remember if it's in the Soul Reaver 2 outtakes. It's probably in Defiance outtakes, where Simon Templeman, who is the voice of Kain, says that he thinks Tony J, who is the voice of the Elder God, should be doing it in costume to help them better get into the mindset. And that's a really funny bit.
The continuum of history is simply too strong, too resilient.
Good one.
It's a lot of chat, isn't it?
It's so great. Poor Simon, I go, and he did what? And he goes into 3 pages.
Sitting down and taking a rest.
That's so great. That is so fun.
So we're getting some pop-ups on Parasite. Poetic.
parasite. Wouldn't that be oetic irony? The biggest parasite of them all.
39,919.
You stay here. I'll go and warn the others. I'll go and warn the others.
Be gone. You are not welcome here.
One name was just a little easier. 906.
Be gone. You are not welcome here.
Renee?
Yeah.
You'd be surprised. Amp up that accent just
A little bit. I thought it had disappeared a little beyond the pale.
Oh, let me out of the room.
License to kill.
License. The scenery and me will go.
I fear you have been followed. You must save yourself, Raziel. Janos, no! Oh, that's your line.
But I like the way you did it.
How did I do it? Was it okay?
It was so good. That's the way I'm going to do it. George Burns. As Janos version of the blade.
How many voices do you do?
Just one. I mesmerize you to think that it's more than that.
It's a hypnosis trick.
Yeah.
I'm under a spell right now.
He's the man of many voice.
The man of one voice and just think it's 1,000. That's all.
Embrace your destiny, Raziel. You must reclaim the Reaver. It alone was forged for you, and you alone. Without it, there is no hope.
Good. Renee, you gave us an extra alone.
It alone was forged for you, you alone. But I liked it.
It alone was forged for you, and you alone, it was for you alone. I'm dying. Give me a break here.
Yeah, so the voice of Janos Audron, Renee, I never know how to pronounce his name. But like he's most known probably as Odo in Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Which you probably wouldn't recognize him. Aubergeon. Rene Aubergeon. Thank you, Ninja. Yeah, you probably wouldn't recognize him underneath all the makeup and prosthetics he was under. Mr. House in New Vegas. Nah, I didn't. I've not played New Vegas. But, like, let's be fair. Better known for video game or syndicated TV show that ran for 7 seasons. It went from Uncharted 2. They've listed, like, a lot of outtakes here, and I'm wondering if some of these are stuff that I've never seen before. Because in the original game, they list it in, like, 4 packs of outtakes, and it comes to maybe, like, 15 minutes. Is it loud enough for you guys? Because these don't have subtitles, I notice. They're the same, splitting some more. Alright. That's fine. I've seen them before and I enjoy them well enough anyway. Is it loud enough for you guys? Can you guys hear it okay? Because this doesn't have subtitles. With the correct behind the scenes. Good, thank you, T.
Look at this black heart. How still it beats. Or how it still beats would probably be better, wouldn't it?
That would help. And also look at his black heart rather than this. But otherwise, perfect. 10, 11, 3 in a row.
Look at his black heart. How still it beats. I'm not going to be able to say it. We'll have to change the whole story.
I'm telling you.
Demon! He thinks he can change his destiny. What a fool! What kind of demon is this?
Very creepy. Very creepy.
Like that? Big guy like that?
He thinks he can change his destiny. What a fool.
Let the next squad take him. Let the next squad take him. To arms! The unholy ones approach! To arms! The unholy ones approach! To arms! The unholy ones approach!
Wow.
The unholy ones approacheth. Let the next squad take him. The scourge is upon us. The stench of death is in the air. Oh, did you fart? Compelled to touch it, to take it up. Please. Please don't take my line. Please, take my line. Please, take it away from me. Where's my unique resurrection? Give me a unique resurrection. First he takes my wings, and then he takes my unique resurrection. And the man has no pity. Stand your ground! It's quiet tonight. You know you got the bluest eyes. We've been out here a long time without a female vampire hunter.
Let me enlighten you, poor Raziel.
Well, Renee.
What? What?
That's terrific.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I'll just go home now.
Go home and gargle and clean out those lungs.
Glad we did those at the end.
I think like one of the main things watching the outtakes makes apparent is how few voice actors are actually really involved. Because if you pay attention, you can notice how many different roles each of them seems to have. And like there's the occasional one, like you can always tell when Simon Templeman is doing another voice, because you could always hear Simon Templeman. But with like Michael Bell and Renee Auberjonois and various of the others, like Richard Doyle's in there somewhere, like they have a greater range, I think. And so you don't really notice it so much. Yeah, Blood Omen is one you realise that the most, because they reuse Simon Templeman and Tony J a lot, and their voices are too distinctive to do that. I think the only people you don't see in these outtakes are Anna Gunn and Paul Lukather, who played Ariel and Vorador, respectively. Yeah, it's a lot of fun seeing this, and like if you enjoy this, it's another thing to look forward to with Defiance, because they did a bunch of that again. They recorded them and got a bunch of the outtakes again for Defiance. So that's something I look forward to.
Ah, my wayward child returns.
Having unearthed more than you'd like, I suspect. What am I to make of these ruins that litter the land, and these images here in this chamber?
Merely the deceits of a failed civilization. You are being misled, Raziel. This ancient race hoped to manipulate the future with these scrawled misdirections. You must tread carefully. There are dark forces at work in this world, bent on subverting your true destiny.
I have no doubt of that. The question is, am I in their presence right now?
Your arrogance will spell your demise, Raziel. Deny my will, and the arc of your destiny will reach a sudden conclusion.
Your threats are unmoving. Even now, I'm beyond your reach.
My reach is longer than you realize. This is a very dangerous game you're playing, Raziel.
Yeah, I thought the first three were fairly long for the rest of them to be like more of the outtakes. So the rest of these being just standard behind the scenes, they should probably label them as that rather than as outtakes.
Raziel, the failed assassin. You had Kain at your mercy, but lacked the courage to fulfill the act. And now you see the wasteland wrought by the tyrant's hand, by his selfish decision to preserve his own life, even when it meant sacrificing the whole world. This is the fate of Nosgoth, as long as Kain remains alive.
An ironic condemnation, given this guilty scene. One would think you'd torn down the pillars single-handedly. What are you trying to obliterate as you drag your loathsome body through this chamber? And why, as Nosgoth descends into madness and misery, do you appear to thrive? Things in this world, I am learning, are rarely what they seem. You, apparently, are no exception.
I am the engine of life, the source of Nosgoth's very existence. I am the hub of the wheel, the origin of all life, the devourer of death.
Or maybe you're just hungry. Could it be as simple as that? Wouldn't that be poetic irony? The great adversary of the vampires turns out to be the biggest parasite of them all.
Do not test my patience, Raziel. I made you, and I will unmake you if I become so inclined.
As your agent, I am beyond death.
There are fates worse than death, Raziel.
Oh, I see you now as you truly are. A cancer. A spooling parasite burrowed deep in the heart of this world.
Go now. Play out your pitiful rebellion and take your place among the destroyed, the used, and the damned. But know this, you are mine for eternity. You have always been, and will always be, my soul Reaver.
Going back through that leaves me with an interesting thought. Like, you can notice as you go around between the three time periods that the Elder God is at his largest in the destroyed future and his smallest in the past. And so there's a sense of him growing over time. And I wonder if there was an original intention for him to specifically be a parasite that had stumbled upon Raziel at the specific moment, because that when you first start Soul Reaver, he's huge, encompassing, and that they then swiftly changed that direction when they went into Defiance. Because you can feel like it could have gone that way, even as it doesn't.
At last. I must say I'm disappointed in your progress. I imagined you'd be here sooner. Tell me, did it trouble you to murder your brothers?
Did it trouble you when you ordered me into the abyss?
Eternity is relentless, Raziel.
When I first stole into this chamber centuries ago, I did not fathom the true power of knowledge. To know the future, Raziel, to see its paths and streams tracing out into the infinite. As a man, I could never have contained such forbidden truths. But each of us is so much more than we once were. Do you not feel with all your soul how we have become like gods? And as such, are we not indivisible? As long as a single one of us stands, we are legion. Our futures are predestined. Mobius foretold mine eons ago. We each play out the parts fate has written for us. Free will is an illusion.
I found the tomb of Sarafan, Kain. How could you profane a priest by turning him into a vampire?
How could I not? One must keep his friends close, Raziel, and his enemies even closer. Who better to serve me than those whose passion transcends all notions of good and evil?
The Sarafan were saviors, defending Nosgoth from the corruption that we represent. My eyes are opened, Kain. I find no nobility in the unlife you rudely forced on my unwilling corpse.
You may have uncovered your past, but you know
were noble, altruistic? Oh, don't be simple. Their agenda was the same as ours. You nearly had me, Raziel. But this is not where or how it ends. Fate promises more twists before this drama unfolds completely.
Yeah, somewhat like the original scrapped ending for Soul Reaver 1. If there were ideas planted here for the Elder God that they decided to go back on in Defiance, where the Elder God is very much as he was presented in Soul Reaver, just now openly malicious. Which was always something that felt odd to me when we go to this game. From Soul Reaver 1, where he is very much a benefactor, to Soul Reaver 2, where Raziel is openly hostile to him. And they have a very antagonistic relationship out of nowhere. Yeah, 7-7 was great. He's one of those cases of, like, it's not a huge amount of range in terms of, like, what he can do to change his voice, but the actual acting itself is fantastic.
Janos Audrin? It is heartening after all these years to hear my name spoken without contempt.
Raziel, my child, what have they done to you? I have been dragged through hell and back. All it seems to reach this moment. But I don't yet know why. For thousands of years, I have waited, alone, here, losing faith. At the time of the binding, 9 guardians were called to serve the pillars, and I was summoned as the 10th guardian, the keeper of the Reaver, the weapon of our salvation. Over time, our race died out, until I alone remained, sustained only by my obligation to you and by my guardianship of the blade. And the other 9? Why did their guardianship not sustain them? I don't know. As our race dwindled, the humans prospered. I have watched over the centuries as our history faded into myth and finally receded altogether. The humans have forgotten us entirely and claimed the pillars for themselves, wholly ignorant of their true purpose. To them, I am merely a devil, the origin of their vampire plague. Why would the pillars summon human guardians, then, if they are meant to be served by vampires? The pillars choose their guardians from birth, Raziel, and vampires are no longer born. This is the crux of our dilemma, and this is the terrible irony. With their vampire purge, the members of the Circle have assaulted the very architects of the pillars they are sworn to protect. They have embarked on a treacherous path. With every vampire they kill, the humans are slitting their own throats. They know I'm up here, beyond their reach, and it terrifies them. You can see how they flaunt their kills to torment me, or perhaps simply to lure me out. They have this foolish notion that destroying me will somehow topple our entire bloodline. Thankfully, we're not that fragile. I have seen them mustering their forces in the village below. Yes. I don't know what they're plotting, but I fear our time may be bitterly short. Mankind seems to have brought you only torment and grief. You must hate them. They fear what they don't understand, and they despise what they fear. But no, I do not hate them. Vorador does. He has suffered much. He cannot forgive them. Should they be forgiven? They don't understand what they're doing. They are simply unenlightened and vulnerable to manipulation. So,
It's all true then. What Kain and Vorador have told me. I really am some kind of unholy vampire messiah.
Unholy? No. Messiah? Perhaps.
I don't like that word. It smells of martyrdom.
Raziel, your role in this world's destiny is more crucial and more benevolent than you've allowed yourself to believe. Your journey will not be easy. Dark powers are allied against you. But I think you already know this. You appear to have been cruelly tested. The binding must be secured, Raziel. The pillars are the lock.
And the Reaver is the key.
Yes.
The Reaver is here. Why do I feel nothing?
The most formidable weapon ever forged by our swordsmiths. They infused the blade with vampiric energy, empowering the Reaver to drain our enemies of their precious lifeblood.
As Janos presented the blade, an inexplicable sense of dread crept over me, more palpable than anything I'd felt before. I was at once horribly repelled by the sword, and yet irresistibly compelled to touch it, to take it up. Please, take it away from me.
I fear you have been followed.
You must save yourself, Raziel.
Janos! No!
So I think looking back over the conversation with Janos is particularly interesting because basically everything he said has been left unanswered at the end of this game. Which makes Janos Audron almost entirely, in pretty much every capacity, a sequel hook.
So after all this, you make my case for me. To end this stalemate, you must die so that new Guardians can be born.
The pillars don't belong to them, Raziel. They belong to us.
Your arrogance is boundless, Kain.
There's a third option. Monumental secret, hidden in your very presence here. But it's a secret you have to discover for yourself. Unearth your destiny, Raziel. It's all laid out for you here.
You said it yourself, Kain. There are only two sides to your coin.
Apparently, sir. But suppose you
throw a coin enough times. Suppose one day it lands on its edge.
Your fatalism is tiresome, Kain.
And profoundly ingrained, Raziel.
You must understand our presence here doesn't alter history. You and I meet here because we are compelled to. We have always met here. History is irredeemable. Drop a stone into a rushing river, the current simply courses around it and flows on as if the obstruction were never there. You and I are pebbles, Raziel, and have even less hope of disrupting the time stream. The continuum of history is simply too strong, too resilient. Except, then how do we explain William here? The beloved boy king turned tyrant. In my youth, I witnessed William's rise to power and his transformation into the nemesis who laid waste to Nosgoth. Years later, I stumbled upon a chance to journey back in history, unaware that the entire affair has been carefully orchestrated by Mobius. In my wisdom, I seize this opportunity to murder the young king before he can ravage Nosgoth, and thereby provide the catalyst Mobius needs to ignite a genocidal war against our race. This one reckless act unravels the skein of history. The nemesis never becomes the nemesis. William dies a martyred saint. I, the vampire assassin, become the author of my own species' extinction, and Mobius profits from all of it. I destroyed a tyrant only to create one far worse. But how can it be so? How? If history is immutable? The answer is here in this room, Raziel. Mobius propelled William and me together, but ensured first that we were both armed with the soul Reaver. The Reaver is the key. Two incarnations of the blade meet in time and space. A paradox is created, a temporal distortion powerful enough to derail history. If you truly believe in free will, Raziel, now is the time to prove it. Kill me now, and we both become pawns of history, dragged down the path of an artificial destiny. I was ordained to assume the role of balance guardian in Nosgoth, while you were destined to be its savior. But the map of my fate was redrawn by Mobius, and so in turn was yours.
I am tempted to do Defiance very soon. Entirely because you're so interested in it, Andrew. Very tempted.
Oh no. Every time you turn up, something monumental and terrible happens. I don't think I have the stomach for it.
No drama this time, Raziel.
You are persistent, crossing time like this to follow me. Still waiting for that coin of yours to land on its edge.
I'm biding my time. I see that Mobius has played a little trick on you.
Yes. He clearly doesn't want me to meet this Janos Audron.
Perhaps. Or maybe he merely hoped that it would harden your heart against me, to see this wasteland which I single-handedly authored.
My heart doesn't need hardening, Kain. If I even suspected that destroying you would make any difference, I would do it this instant.
I knew you'd see through them, Raziel. Janos is indeed the key to your destiny, but you'll need to find your own way back into Nosgoth's past. Make no mistake, though, Raziel. You and I are now in great danger. We are irritants here. Malevolent forces are being marshaled to eliminate us.
You talk as though we're allies.
Regardless of your sentiments, Raziel, in their eyes, we are.
Well, they're certainly trying to eliminate you, Kain. There can be no doubt of that. I am assaulted relentlessly with demands for your demise. Whatever it is that you're plotting, they're scared to death of you. As for me, I suspect they made a grave error when they allowed my unique resurrection. I don't think they know how to destroy me.
You mustn't underestimate them, Raziel.
And who exactly is this diabolic they to which we keep referring? If there's some grand conspiracy going on, the right hand doesn't appear to know what the left is doing. Even Mobius seems to be caught out at every turn.
Mobius is a puppet, Raziel. Haven't you realized that yet? That's the sweetest irony in all of this. Nosgoth's great manipulator is their plaything. But the ones pulling the strings haven't shown their faces yet.
They don't like us unwriting their carefully choreographed history, though, do they?
You must understand, Raziel, we haven't unwritten history, we've merely rewritten it. The future flows around our petty actions, finding the path of least resistance, while admitting only the slightest alterations. This is the reshuffling you felt when you refused to kill me. And remember, Raziel, we are irritants in this regard as well. History will not allow the introduction of a paradox.
And if events cannot be reshuffled to accommodate the change?
It is the irritant who's expelled. Bear in mind that this may be exactly the outcome our enemies are trying to provoke. We must tread very carefully.
That one was kind of interesting because the camera was in a different position. You could see into the recording booth, and I think you could see Amy Hennig in the writer and director of the series, beginning with Reaver. Went on to be the director of Uncharted and 2, 3. Didn't do 4. Then joined Visceral, I believe. Working on their Star Wars game before they were shut down. I don't know what she's done since.
And who has slandered me so? Your malefactor Kain? The one who betrayed and destroyed you, our common enemy? Consider the source before you judge me too harshly. We'll forget about rekindling our old friendship then, but consider an alliance based on our common ground. We both want Kain dead. I can help you do it. You may never again be human, Raziel, but you can re-embrace the essence of your humanity and the nobility of your Sarafan heritage. Go to him, Raziel, and end this. But first, you will need to find your way out of the stronghold, and in this, I'm afraid I cannot help you. My soldiers will not understand your appearance here. They will try to kill you. You needn't fear them, of course. They're no match for you. Try to keep the casualties to a minimum, but do what you have to do. By my soul, you almost had me, my little blue assassin. But that'll be the one and only chance you get. I assure you of that. So, Raziel, here we are finally. You have no choice but to confront me now, and I am not so foolish as I've let you believe. We have business to conclude.
You knew I would lead the Sarafan to Janos, you vile bastard. You've been orchestrating my every move. My destiny is an amusement to you.
It was fun while it lasted. I think not, Raziel. Malek, do not let this creature leave. He poses a danger to the circle. Poor, deluded Raziel. Did you somehow imagine you had the guile to change history on me? I'm the time streamer. I knew your every intention before you did, you imbecile.
Richard Doyle is really fucking good as Moby. I don't think we really gave him the credit he deserves during this playthrough, but he is really good as Mobius. Absolute snake.
Ah, yes. I like that look on your face, Mobius.
You really don't know what to do now, do you, old man? Here you are, caught without your damned staff, and I suspect things aren't progressing quite as you'd hoped. You're not used to the fly turning to confront you in your web, are you?
Kain's devious influence has poisoned your mind, Raziel. Now you see betrayal everywhere, even in your closest allies.
We were never allies, Mobius. Conspirators, perhaps. Briefly.
Why did you not kill Kain when you had the chance? He was at your mercy.
Precisely. I had a choice, and I chose mercy. And now I know your sordid little secret. The significance of that displacement I felt when the two Reavers came together. Strangely enough, I was enlightened by the devious Kain, not by you. In fact, I've learned much more than you counted on. I understand now how you've tried to manipulate all of history for your own personal gain. But now all your little schemes are whirling in ruin around you, aren't they? All because I chose to exert my will for once, rather than obey the demands of sorcerers and spirits and demons, all singing the same tiresome refrain, "Kill Kain." I'm setting my own path from here, Mobius. I intend to discover the truth behind all of this.
But you condemn us all with this impetuous act.
Hardly impetuous. It took all the will I could muster. Has my refusal to kill Kain reshuffled your carefully stacked deck of cards?
You really think that you're exercising your free will, Raziel? You're simply Kain's servant.
I do not serve Kain. I merely did not kill him.
Raziel, do not forget your purpose here. You are destined to be the savior of Nosgoth.
Oh, I'm sick of hearing that particular phrase. As for saving Nosgoth, so far I see precious little reason to bother. And I'll choose my own purpose from here on out, time streamer. Right now, I choose to manipulate you for a change. Go. In there.
What are you doing?
Come now, Mobius. You're a cunning serpent. You'll piece it together, I imagine. This error is of no further use to me. You will operate this device to provide me passage. I want to see the world in a simpler time, before the Sarafan began their crusade.
And what about Kain? You're leaving your core behind.
You kill him if it's so damned important.
You need only touch the two poles of the switch, and the device will transport you. But I urge you to reconsider.
You've lost your powers of persuasion, old man. Rot here and forget me.
Raziel's back and Mobius has got him. Tonight.
And now it's the Raziel and Mobius show.
One more. Yeah, I've heard actors and voice actors say in numerous different occasions how much more fun villains can be to play. And Richard Doyle, he feels, gets a lot of that. Let's not forget his role as Pius Augustus in Eternal Darkness. This is Paul Lukather. It would have to be, wouldn't it?
Vorador. I see my reputation precedes me.
It does.
All good, I hope. I've been watching you since you emerged from that accursed stronghold. Strange that your arrival coincides with the corruption of the Pillars. But I'm wondering, are you the catalyst of these events? Or are you the answer to them? I distrust your origins, stranger. Seeing you crawl from the putrid depths of Mobius's keep makes me question your purpose here. And what should I make of your appearance? Not human, clearly, and more demon than vampire. And the Pillars. It is no mere coincidence that your arrival in that clearing heralded the Pillars' decay. And so I ask you plainly, are you the instrument of the Pillars' destruction, or their salvation? Very well. Let us look at the other side of the coin. I have followed your journey and watched as you blithely unlocked secrets that have been sealed and forbidden for thousands of years. The path you have been treading is open to only one being. You don't know what you are, do you? What's the point? This world is beyond redemption. Let the human cattle have it. Fairy tales, boy. The delusions of an ancient culture clinging to hope long after the world had discarded them. Their bloodline trickled away, until only one of the ancients remained, sustained solely by obligation and his unfaltering faith in the old prophecies. But even if you are who you appear to be, it no longer matters. You're simply too late. I'm afraid, my friend, that you and all of us are out of luck.
Curious that they don't actually have one with Anna Gunn. Because that does cover all of the other major players. The Fireforge in Soul Reaver 2. It's not about being famous in particular. Though Anna Gunn is something of a curiosity in that regard, I don't know anything else she's voice acted. Yeah, exactly.
Kain refused the sacrifice.
But that is pretty much it for Soul Reaver 2. Is this collection worth getting? I think so, yeah. If you have any interest in the series, it's absolutely worth getting. And we live in the hope that the rest of the series will get the same treatment. If they do what they did with the Tomb Raider remasters, like the first Tomb Raider remaster collection came out on February 14th, 2024, and then the second collection came out February 14th, 2025. If they do that again with the Legacy of Kain stuff, that means the next collection will be out in October. I doubt that's going to happen, but you know, we can live in hope. Really live in hope. Whether or not it would include Blood Omen would be the question. Blood Omen was a nightmare of like rights for years. Like for a long time, the only way to actually get Blood Omen on a modern system was PS3 via PSN. It's available on PC now thanks to GOG, but that took a long time to get there. They would have to add Defiance. I would expect Blood Omen 2 and Defiance more than I would expect Blood Omen 1. But I would hope for all three. Yeah, I'd say, like, if you have any interest in the series, this is worth picking up. Well, that's going to do it for us for today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everyone in chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Ninja, Chance, Teak, Flame. Ryzen, there we go. Thank you so much for joining me and keeping me company. Chat is always the best part of the stream. I think the next stream day will be Sunday. I don't believe so, because it doesn't have the same opening, and Silicon Knights doesn't exist anymore. Like, we press that and it goes straight into this. If we restart the game from the beginning... No, no mention of Silicon Knights. Honestly, likely, because they don't need to, because Silicon Knights doesn't exist anymore. It's a similar thing with the Tomb Raider collection. The Tomb Raider collection didn't credit core design. Core design went out of business in 2006. They might have updated it since then, I don't know, but originally it did not credit core design. And I remember getting a mod for it that replaced one of the logos in the logo splash screens with a core design logo. Eventually, maybe. Not something I'll say never to. Honestly, the real dark horse of Silicon Knights, well, let's say dark horse, real shit show of Silicon Knights that I am kind of interested in doing at some point is their final game, X-Men Destiny, which I do physically own. Of course, it's physical. It'd have to be physical, wouldn't it? Like, maybe I'll drag Teak in for that. You know how much Teak likes X-Men. We can talk about the history of that and how that was a fucking shit show. The development of it, and how Dennis Dyack, the head of Silicon Knights, was constantly siphoning money away from the project they were being paid by Activision for to his concept, his proof of concept for a spiritual successor to Eternal Darkness, which never got picked up, ever. Like, the death of Silicon Knights is absolutely fascinating, and Kotaku had a really good article that went really in-depth into it years ago. I know I've linked it on the Discord before. A quick Google search will probably find it. But if you have any interest in, like, the death of Silicon Knights, it's worth a read. Really interesting. Yeah, pretty much. Eternal Darkness. Let me throw this another snooze on. Eternal Darkness, it turned out, like, Silicon Knights lived on the reputation that Eternal Darkness gave them. From basically the release until they died. And it came out years later that a lot of the reason why Eternal Darkness got anywhere was because Nintendo was on top of it. And apparently Dennis Dyack hated that. He hated how hands-on Nintendo was about the development of it. And there's a similar thing, I think, with Twin Snakes, because people forget Twin Snakes was developed by Silicon Knights. And it was published by Nintendo, which is possibly a big part of the reason why that'll be tricky to get in a Master Collection Volume 2. But Nintendo was on them with it. And like I say, I think the article I'm talking about talks about a little bit of the development history of Eternal Darkness and how Nintendo was very hands-on with it, making sure they were doing the work. Because Dennis Dyack had a very, very bad reputation of, like, essentially just taking the money of publishers and occasionally sending updates of, like, yeah, here we are. Until eventually, like, they just put out some garbage, which is what happened with 2 Human, what was going to happen with X-Men Destiny. Until Activision decided to pull a fast one on them by announcing X-Men Destiny. It'd been unannounced at that point after, like, for like 2+ years of work that hadn't really gone anywhere. Activision announces it and like very publicly ties Silicon Knights to it. So very quickly that turns around and becomes like they can't really fuck around with that anymore because their name is on this product and Activision has made sure of it. It's absolutely fascinating, the death of Silicon Knights. And from everything you can make out of it, pretty deserved. And it's kind of ridiculous that Dennis Dyack basically got picked up almost immediately into another company in a high position. Whereas everybody else probably had like a real trouble or work after that. But that is pretty much it. Once again, I want to thank everyone for joining the stream. I was really appreciate it. Big special thank you to the chat. Chat is the best part of the stream. Sunday should be the next stream. It's probably worth stating at this point because we've not really said anything about it, but Baldur's Gate 3 is effectively cancelled now. Teak and I are working on reworking something with it, but if we do go back to it, it will be a new playthrough. Unfortunately, it just kind of fell apart. Which is a shame, but, you know, sometimes these things happen. But it's effectively cancelled. Anybody who's waiting for more Baldur's Gate 3, it's not going to happen anytime soon. And if it does, it will be a new playthrough, which will be me and Teak. And Ninja, if we can strong arm Ninja into it. We probably won't strong arm Ninja into it. But in the meantime, Teak's currently away at Comic-Con. I'm just doing various things of my own. Teak and I do intend to reunite for something. And I think my plan is to use the Sundays going forward once Teak's available again. For the Outbreak playthrough that has been intended for like 2-3 years. For the 10 years of Resident Evil series, which has basically been on hiatus since Dead Aim, I think. So, like, possibilities. Paper Mario coming up. Whether we'll do Defiance, we'll see. I think I will do Defiance before Blood Omen 2. Because I think it might slot in easier there, but I'll have to rework it. As to which version of Defiance I'm doing, it'll be either the PS2 or the PC version. I need to do some checking on the PC version to see. Blood Omen 2 will be the PC version. Probably with that mod, the conceptual mod that I've got for it, which is really interesting. But the actual bulk of the game will still be vanilla content. But yeah, that is pretty much it. So, there's not really anything else to say, except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time. We'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.
I can't wait till we're teenagers. Then we'll be happy.